party people! Welcome, welcome! Sorry for a little bit of a late start today. We still went live at 2 and we got everything going on there, but I have had to do some work behind the scenes. First and foremost, what you should notice is the camera has moved. Generally, I've been putting the camera on top of the monitor that I use for all of the gameplay so that I'm looking at you while I'm playing the game the most often. But then I felt like maybe it felt a little weird to have it so that I was looking away from you whenever I needed to check chat, because chat is going to be on the monitor that you're on now, or sometimes on this monitor over here to the left. So I figured we'd try a stream here. I also mainly moved it because mechanical digestion in the small intestine is an insanely... I don't know that it's a band name, but it's definitely an EP name. Like, some metal or punk band somewhere has an EP that is named Mechanical Digestion in the Small Intestine. And it probably goes unreasonably hard. But we moved the camera over mainly for the YouTube video that I put out yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean I recorded it yesterday, last night, after stream. And it went live today. That's mainly why I'm late, is that I did all that work last night to get it. And I recorded it. And I think it's actually one of our better videos ever. I took a lot of the feedback that I got from our most watched video, which was last week's video. Put together a couple of, like, instead of last week where it was like, here's one deck and just use this deck and you'll be fine. I put together a couple of different variations of decks. I put them all into Moxfield links and put the links in the description and got everything going there. And was like really proud of it. I got a little creative with the editing. I was doing a whole bunch of just stuff that I really enjoyed with the video itself. And then after all of that, I was like, cool, we'll schedule it. It'll go live 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then I woke up and was getting things ready and getting all the stuff ready here in the studio to go live at 2. As well as working on some other stuff that I've been doing. Just because I listened to a podcast yesterday that I really, really enjoyed that was by two, admittedly, much bigger content creators that was stressing the importance of not only just doing the stuff that you need to do for work and being the content creator that you are and doing all the stuff, but leaving the content creator at the desk and then taking time to go and do other things and I will admittedly say that, with the exception of weekends, my weekdays are generally dominated by this. Like, it's either me working on things to figure out how to do this better, or working on YouTube videos, or working on YouTube Shorts, or streaming for 4 hours to 6 hours a day. And so this dominates a lot of, and when I'm not doing this, it's, especially on weekdays, usually I've got a couple of D&D games going on and things like that. So it's trying to figure out when to do that. And when to make sure that I'm setting up the correct behaviors now, so that if and when this becomes successful, I'm already in the correct behavior patterns, and we can just keep following that. And so I had started to get ready on some projects and trying to discover, like, what's a hobby that I can do, since now I'm monetizing all my hobbies. All of the things that I would usually have done back when I was working a 9 to 5 and was needing to use video games as a stress release and a way to do that. Now I play them on stream, and because I'm playing them on stream, I don't really have the motivation to play them off of stream. It's very much if I'm playing this, why am I not playing it for content? And then that kind of blew into that. So it's like, what's the thing that I'm never going to stream that I can start getting back into, that I can do that? And so the one that I have picked is chess. And so I've decided to start getting back into chess. Everyone in my family is really into chess right now, so it's something that we can do together. And there had been kind of a competition going on between my brother and my dad of, like, who could have the highest rating and who was doing the best at chess and who was learning the best at chess. Excuse me. And I was like, that's going to be my off stream. No one ever gets to see it, because I don't think I'll ever stream chess, because no one's going to want to watch me teach them things about chess. I'm not that great. And, like, most of the people, especially that are streaming chess, are people that are like IMs or GMs, or they're people that have gotten into, like, a streamer competition where the whole point is the streamers are bad at chess and they're playing chess. And so, like, it was like, I'm never gonna stream this. It's a game that's now finally just for me. It's a game from my childhood, one that I really like. So I was getting all that set up, and then while I was getting that set up, I was like, hey, let's check to see what our analytics are doing, because the video should be live, and I want to, if it's live, I want to like make a post about it and do things like that. And so I went to check it, and it was like, hey, this is still pending. And I was like, what do you mean it's still pending? What do you mean? I set this to go live at this point like an hour and a half ago, because I knew that it was going to need to come out, and I wanted it to be live for people that are trying to do the metagame challenge in the next 48 hours. Honestly, if I could have put it live yesterday, I probably should have put it live yesterday so that it could be live. And I might do that in the future, we'll see. Since the metagame challenges start at 2 p.m. on Tuesdays, local time for me. And so it gives you some leniency to be able to work with that. And so I was like, well, let's put that live now, let's do that, because I'm trying to be more proactive about like the paying attention to the times that we put in. Must be nerfed manually by the system. I put it live, it is live now. I am always trying to improve and figure out, since like last week's thing went absolutely wild, and I'm trying to figure out how we captured lightning in a bottle on that one. Sorry, I'm trying to, as I'm speaking of this, I'm trying to also get some of the viral marketing going. And so this time I'm A/B testing. I've made essentially 3 different titles for the video. I made one that is very much in theme of the title that I did last week. I did a title that is just like very matter of fact of just like midweek metagame and then today's date. And the format, so if people are just trying to like type into the search bar of YouTube of just like this exact thing, I'm like trying to be like, what if I were Googling this phrase, which phrase would I Google? And then I put that as the title. And then I put one that was just like, meh. And unfortunately, that's the one that I know people have seen, because as of going live, we don't actually have a ton of views, and the views that we do have are from like a close personal friend of mine who has apparently seen that one because he just responded with a comment to the video with the title name. And I was like, oh, well, good to know that that's the one that you see. This is like the one that I was just like, it's my control. So it's basically, I have like the one that worked last week. I have one that I'm like, this is just like SEO the title, and then my control that's like, what if it didn't have a title at all? Which one affects that? And so the fact that the control is the one that most people were seeing at that point in time was interesting. Yeah, it's really funny to me how the algorithms, but the thing is, like, especially since this is becoming my livelihood, it's like I need to understand how the algorithm works, and so that's why I was like, here's a good scientific test. It's one of the other tests I have going on right now is the ongoing saga of figuring out when I should be posting shorts. And so like we already did the test last week of like I posted all 5 shorts on one day and see what's going on. And I have like 10 shorts to post this week, so I'm going to try doing like maybe a couple a day or things like that a day. But the first 2 days what I've been doing is just like the first 3 days of the week, it's been what time of day should I post them to get the best response? And it was like Monday I posted it directly after stream, so it was like 7 p.m. And in the first hour we got like 475 views. And I was like, oh, incredible. Last night I was like, hey, I'll post it really late at night after I'm done filming, recording, and editing the YouTube video. And I finished that project up at like 11, and I'm like, cool, 11 p.m., let's post it, see what happens. And I got 177 views. I'm like, hey, so maybe not great. Today, when I noticed that the video hadn't uploaded, I was like, oh, well, let's upload the video, make that go public. And then once we'd premiered the video, the immediate next thing I did was I'm like, cool, and then let's publish this short right at the exact same time. And then in the first hour, that short, which is now linked to the video that just came out, got 577 views, which I was like, oh, so maybe like 10 a.m. is a great time to be posting on YouTube. Cool. But I just want to... Now it's up to 642, by the way. Views. Yeah, it does. It hasn't rewarded us for people actually watching the video, in that the video is still not... The video still only has 4 views, and the post that is corroborating with it is, has 4. There we go. Now I've pinned it in the chat. Yeah, and so it's just like, it's things like that. So it's been one of those where it's just like that. It's been a morning, and to the point where it's like just sorting through all the things and getting all that figured out. I didn't get around to making lunch until right now, so I still have my lunch with me that I'm gonna just be snacking on through the beginning part of the stream here. But as it says in the title, we're going to be playing some more TFT today. We're going to be climbing some ladders. We're going to be trying to see how good we get at our rank. We are playing still patch 16.6. There hasn't been a new patch release this week. They're planning on essentially a patch release every 2 weeks until the new set comes out. And the new set comes out April 15th. So we have patch 16.7 next week. Oh, wow, geez. Turns out I can't spell. Well, hopefully no one cares about the how to... Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like we're just trying to up that CTR by hook or by crook. And like I said, this was a pretty good video, all things considered. It was... Like, I'm really coming into my own on the process of this, which means that, like, making this is really easy. It's then trying to figure out how to make more things like this in the future. I think C is a word somewhere. It's just not a word in English, and I spelled it incredibly wrong. That's the one shame that I've had to get over so quickly as a streamer, is the fact that now everyone in the world that wants to tune in to any of the videos that I put out or any of the streams that I put into the universe can see how horrible at spelling I am. Because I'm really bad at it. But yeah, we're going to be playing some TFT today. We have hit our all-time peak now of Platinum 4, which is really, really nice. I really like that. I do think we can continue climbing from here. And the thing is as opposed to... I've hit Platinum before. As opposed to every other time I've hit Platinum, though, in my life, where I didn't know what I was doing, and I was just, like, jamming comps over and over again to get here, and eventually I crossed a threshold and we got there. For the first time ever, it feels like I know what I'm doing, and so I feel like this is, like, a repeatable of, like, I could get here every patch, minimum. And the growth is still unbounded, and, like, who knows how high we could actually climb. And I want to see that, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The good news that I have is that I did talk to Vanadium. Hey, I wish that there was more in rank systems. I wish that there was more attention paid to the actual periodic table of elements. Because I mean, if we're going to take from the Olympics bronze, silver, gold, and then start instituting other rare earth metals into it to be higher ranks than gold, we should just continue that trend instead of doing what this game does, which is switches out of rare earth metals and into gemstones for exactly one level, and then just abandons the progress entirely. And that's where I'm like, what do you mean that's what we're doing? But I digress. I talked to Ben last night. He was on stream with us a couple of weeks ago where we were doing some duos. He has expressed an interest to come back to the stream, especially after we all expressed our interest in missing him a couple of weeks ago. Hey, I would also be on board with using the unstable elements, but, you know, I don't get to make these decisions. No one consults me on these things. Just use a whole bunch of Americanium and stuff like that. Mericium, there we go. Same wavelength, same wavelength. So, like, we're gonna do that. He might be on around 4. He and I are still corroborating on that. He said he'd let me know. We have to wait for him to get off of work. But he said he wants to hang out for the back half of the stream, and so we're gonna probably do that, play some duos later. Until then, we are mainly just gonna be playing this. What we realized last week when we were going over the patch notes is that the big change they made is make everything so much easier to unlock. And because they made everything so much easier to unlock, now the main goal is that we need to just, like, try and be really good at determining our lane and then stick to our lane and push through that the entire time. And if we can do that, we will be more successful. So that's the goal, is that we are going to try and push through, determine that. And then as for our main focus, we have finished kind of all of our fundamentals at this point. The last fundamental that we are needing to work on in our series of fundamentals we've been working on in TFT is reading the context of the lobby and tying all of these things together, which is the hardest thing to do. It's the thing that's going to take the most time, but it's essentially just trying to remember all of the things that we've spent all this time learning and figuring out what to do, tying them all together and being like, okay, if we know that reroll comps spike a little bit earlier, but Fast 9 spikes really hard at 5-2, and then is really good. In the meta that we're in, going Fast 9 and Fast 8 is really, really powerful. And so we need to be aware of that and be like, hey, we either need to try and win as fast as possible before all of these Fast 9 comps spike, or also be playing a good Fast 9 comp. Or just realize that if there's going to be, like, multiple Fast 9 comps in the lobby that are going to spike really hard at 5-2, they're going to be competing for first and second, and so we stop trying to compete for first and second, and we start trying to compete for third and fourth. Because that's the main difference, is we just have to try and figure out what our lane is, what we're supposed to be doing, and how we get there as fast as possible. And so that's what we're going to be focusing on. The good news for today, as opposed to last week, is that the meta has largely stabilized again. And so if we have... so now we have, like, an actual snapshot that we can look at of, like, here's the comps that we should try to do and what the comps are even that are playable. Of, like, we now have, remembering our broken openers that we were looking at last time, of just, like, we have a new decision tree to work through of, like, what do we hard force and what verticals do we try to go down. And it's like, if we get a lot of Yasuos early, we hard force either Yone or Ari reroll. If we have a lot of Scions, we go Fast 9 Mel or LeBlanc Darius reroll. If we get a lot of Yordles early, and we have, like, 2-star Yordles, weirdly you play Yordles until you pivot out of Yordles into Annie Silas Arcanists. Not Yasuo the frozen Greek yogurt ice cream thing. It's unfortunately way less cool. It's Yasuo the incredibly edgy wind-based ninja from League of Legends. Yeah, I know. I wish it was the yogurt thing too, but instead it's just an edgelord. And then I have some lemon sorbet that I keep in my freezer at all times for that exact purpose, Rat King. Just when I need a nice sweet treat at the end of the day. That, or literally next to my desk at all times, is like the family pack of fruit snacks. And those are what I'm usually constantly eating here at my desk while we're streaming. It's just like, oh, I feel my blood sugar dipping. I need to keep the energy up for the stream. Just go reach into the box, grab a fruit snack, and eat that. Another one that is apparently playable is bilge water, and getting early bilge water. Ooh, dark chocolate covered quinoa crisps. Honestly, doesn't sound great to me, but I could see how people that like dark chocolate would be very into it. I'm not a big dark chocolate guy. That would probably be a little bit better, I think, in my thing, but it's also very much the dark chocolate is the thing of, like, I'm not a huge chocolate fan to begin with. It's never been my thing. But when I had the opportunity to go to the Netherlands for a international dance conference when I was 9 years old. And when I went to the Netherlands for that trip, I decided that I was going to try a whole bunch of things that I'd never tried before, because I'd always heard that they were things that were bad in the US and better in Europe. One of those things was chocolate. Another one of those things was I tried gouda, which is like, I'm deeply lactose intolerant, so a cheese thing was always like, I'm never going to try it. But I was like, we're going to tour a cheese factory in the Netherlands. I have to try fresh gouda, see how it is, see if I actually like it. And so I was like, trying to be like very open-minded as a 9-year-old and be like, I will be brave, I will try things that I don't think I like to see if I like them. And then literally within like hours of landing in the Netherlands, we made it to our hotel as our whole group. And one of the older kids on this trip, who was like looking out for me because there was only 3 guys on this trip, and he was our like 17-year-old oldest guy on the trip, and so he was just kind of looking out for all of the young guys. He and his dad were on the trip, and they were eating chocolate, and they're like, hey, do you want to try some? And I was like, yeah, I'm being brave. I want to try good things. I've heard all of this. They bought it in the airport. And so I'm like, this has to be good. It's European chocolate. All I've ever heard my entire life from my parents that did a whole bunch of like study abroads in Europe, from like general media in general, is that European chocolate is good. And I've had English chocolate my entire life and hate it. So this has to be great. And so they break me off like a little bit of this chocolate bar, and I taste it, and immediately it is the most disgusting thing I've ever put in my mouth. And I start just almost immediately gagging. This older kid that I trusted with my life, since he was supposed to be like my pseudo big brother on the trip, and looking out for me and having my best interests in heart, and his dad, who was the only male chaperone on the trip, both just start breaking out in hysterics, laughing as I'm like reeling. My mom, who was on the trip with me, because she worked with the dance company that I was on this tour with, also breaks down laughing, and I feel betrayed by all sides. I'm having the worst moment of my life. I had been so brave. I had tried the thing that I knew I hated, and had immediately been betrayed by all of the adults in the room, my own mother, the kid that I had trusted. And it was so disgusting. It was so bitter and so just like revolting that I immediately like had to spit it out and try and figure out like what was just wrong with that. And that's when they peeled back the wrapper that had been tactfully covering the fact that the chocolate that they had me try, a person that doesn't like chocolate and was trying to be very brave and being like, I've heard European chocolate is really, really good, was 90% straight cacao dark chocolate. It was the single most bitter thing I have ever put in my mouth. I don't know that I could forget the taste to this day. Even retelling this story, I'm starting to taste it again at the back of my mouth. And it was revolting, chat. Luckily it didn't like take me off, but I had multiple stories over the course of that trip where it was the same thing of like, I've heard this is good, I'm going to test this thing out, I'm going to try it, and figure out what it is. See, the thing is, Rat King, it doesn't even taste like dirt. I've tasted dirt, not like willingly, but like I've had enough rough tumbles on dry desert things that like you get dirt in your mouth and you know what that tastes like. And dirt tasted better than this. This somehow tasted worse than dirt, since it was like super bitter, incredibly basic, no real flavor to speak of other than just bitter. The most comparable flavor I've ever had is I had really, really bad coffee on accident once. Like, they burned the roast. It was really crappy. Admittedly, I was unaware that it was coffee that had been served to me until I tried it, and then I got to put that story together afterwards. And it was like, oh, no wonder it tasted like that. 70-80 is probably better than this. This was like 90-95. Like, this was almost pure cacao. And it was great. 70-80 is probably at least a little bit better than that. But it wasn't great. It was really bad. And I had multiple experiences on that trip where I was like, I'm going to be brave, I'm going to try the thing. And then it was a horrible experience. And I got burned. But it didn't, much to my credit and to the credit of the people that raised me and that were around me, somehow it didn't like spoil me from not trying things in the future. Because like I'm still usually very game to like try anything. Usually my rule of thumb on things is I don't want to just try things once. I'll generally try things a couple of times, because if you do one-off trials of things, it could just be you had a bad experience that one isolated time with the thing that you were trying to do. And that if you gave it a couple of more instances, you might actually really enjoy it and you just had a really bad first experience. Obviously, exceptions to that exist, because like I won't encourage anyone to try something that is mortally dangerous more than once. Agree. See, I'm glad that you agree with me. I make pancakes literally every day. Because on the fixed income that I'm on of living out of my savings, pancakes are one of the things that it's like, I can spend $8 every 2 months on a 10-pound bag of pancake mix that I just need to add water to, and then I can make 4 pancakes a day for the next 2 months. And amortized over those 2 months, it's essentially the cheapest way to get calories in the world. And usually I like to put peanut butter on them, and so it's like, they're not just, I'm eating cake for breakfast, it's like, I'm eating cake, but it has protein on it. Still not great, but like better. And so I have a lot of experience making pancakes. I literally make them every day. And I was talking to my roommate, Brandon, the other day, since he was up there watching me just, sling pancakes. I won't develop scurvy, don't worry. I also buy, usually on sale and eat it through the entire course of a week, an entire bag of mandarin oranges, because the Walmart by my house usually has 3-pound bags of mandarin oranges on sale. And I usually go through about 2 to 4 a day. So, like, I am eating my vitamin C. I'm trying to be as well balanced nutritionally as I can be on the financial constraints that I do have. But like, I won't develop scurvy, don't worry. I'm eating a whole bunch of vitamin C. Like, I'm eating fruit. I could do with more like leafy greens in my diet for sure, but they cost a lot of money and they don't save well, is the problem I find with leafy greens. Sales are amazing for budgets, and the fact that I can get like a large chunk of my weekly amount of vitamin C for like, I think that usually I'm spending like $3 for a 3-pound bag of mandarin oranges per week, which is like $1 a pound, which is honestly great. So it's going well, but I had mentioned this too, of like the first pancake's always the worst, to my roommate, and he looked at me like I had, like, you could have sworn with the look that he'd given me, I had grown like a second head. He was just like, what do you mean? I'm like, the first pancake's always the worst pancake. It's the rule of pancakes. You just gotta get through the first one, and then every other pancake after the first pancake will be perfect and identical. But the first pancake's always gonna suck a little bit. I have done frozen veggies and stuff like that. It's just very much of just like I am a big proponent of eating a big salad for a meal. I love big salads. The problem with eating big salads is that to make a big salad, you have to buy a whole bunch of produce and things, and then you have to like eat that big salad that next day, or like that day or the next day, and then all of your produce is bad. And they just like don't save the best. And it like frozen is the best way to do it, and you don't lose a ton of nutrition that way. I do have a bag of frozen mixed vegetables that I keep kind of on rotation in my freezer, so that I can heat it up and eat them, and like reincorporate them. I like putting them in whenever I have ramen, which honestly isn't very often because I don't enjoy soups. But if I ever do have ramen, the way that I can get myself to eat ramen is that I need to make the ramen as described on the package, and then in the last step before I take it out of the pot, I put like a full cup of mixed veggies in there. I also like marinated salads. The thing is, I'm a fan of a legume. Like, don't get me wrong, I love a bean. My mash of things that I've got over here is 2 baked potatoes that I mash up in the bottom of a bowl and then put 2 cups of Brazilian bean stew over. So it's feijoada, feijoada com batata assado. I guess, if I were to try and put like a Brazilian name to it. But it's really good. Like it's how I get a lot of my protein is through beans, and this is technically beans, pork, and beef, and then getting a lot of starches out of the potato. Because like 5-pound bags of potatoes were on sale when I went grocery shopping a couple of weeks ago, so I was like, yeah, I'll buy that. And generally, traditionally, feijoada is served over rice, but rice I could make, and it would still probably be pretty good, but if I don't eat these potatoes, the potatoes will eventually go bad. And so I'm like, cool, I'll just like make a couple of potatoes a day, mash them up, put the feijoada on top of it, and we'll be good to go. Lickety split. And so far, it hasn't been treating me wrong. But yeah, it's a lot of really good things going on. I'm excited to play this. Some of our other things that we need to look for is we have some emblems augment of like Jinx Flex or Freljord Seraphine, and that's if we get the Zon augment with the Zon emblems, or if you get Freljord Seraphine, I think is probably if you get the Freljord emblem. Artifacts, if you get a whole bunch of artifact augments, you play Slayers or Tryndamere Ash reroll, which is back, so that's good to know. Our reroll checks that we need to make for are if we have too much value as an augment on 2-1, we'll play a Felios reroll. If we have really early Leona or Zoe's, we'll play Targon Malzahar. And if we have early Aries, we're just going to force Ari. We have our new things that I'm going to be consulting of, like, what are our most important 1 cost, 2 costs, and 3 costs to hold on to. Turns out that there is only one S cost, 1 cost anymore, and it is none other than Lulu. And it's not because Lulu's a Yordle, it's because Lulu's a Arcanist, and Arcanist is one of the best things to be doing. S costs, as far as 2 costs are considered, are Nico, Yasuo, Sion, and Ori. 3 costs are Ari, LeBlanc, and Zoe. And then, once again, we have a new list of items in tier list and what are things to do. So, I also now have a checklist that I'm going to be looking through of like when to consider doing a win streak or a loss streak, and what comps to play for loss streaks and what comps to play for win streaks. And that's going to be the plan. But I've been talking long enough. Let's start actually playing some games before Ben gets here, and then we can play duos. See how high we can climb. I hate to be this guy, but soccer news during our TFT stream. There's more Champions League being played today, which, if I hadn't already sold you with the talk that I've been going about the Champions League this year and why it's the Champions League that everyone should be watching, and it's been an absolute banger beginning to end, yesterday's games were insane. Yesterday's games were absolutely incredible. Galatasaray beat Liverpool. Atalanta got absolutely destroyed by Bayern Munich 6-1. Atletico Madrid performed a, licensed murder, but not against Tottenham Hotspur, the team, but specifically against Tottenham Hotspur's starting goalkeeper. Antonin Kinski, the 22-year-old Czech Republic goalkeeper, he conceded 3 goals in the first 16 minutes, 2 of which off of unforced errors that he committed, and then got immediately subbed off in the 17th minute. He has the single lowest FB ref, FootMob rating I've ever seen on a single player, and it's a 2.8. Like, he just was so bad. And then, to be fair, they didn't do much better once they put in Vicario, who's their regular starting keeper, but it was just like, it was a massacre, but not of Tottenham as a whole, but of specifically that goalkeeper in general. And it's such a bad beating that, like, honestly, Kinski's 22 years old. He has such a long career ahead of him. Oh, yeah? What were you playing? You were playing chess? See, I started getting in there today and playing that. I don't know how you... Oh, you played the Caro-Kann? That's what my system I play on black is too. I also play the Caro-Kann. I play the Caro-Kann on black and I play the Vienna in white. Caro-Kann's really easy, but it's also one that not a lot of people know how to play against. It's a good one to pick up. I was unaware that your opponents could communicate with you on chess.com while you're beating them. Okay, Malzahar's really good. This is really good. We have 2 different lanes we're going here. Oh, but talking about that, so Champions League was electric last night, and if you didn't watch the games, you should watch the games. They were incredible. That's not great. That's really not great. See, the only thing I have is that I played some Polish guy today who was losing his mind. And so he, because I was beating him, and so after I beat him, he was just like, cool, I'm going to be, he immediately challenged me for the salty run back, and we ended up trading, so I won the first game, he won the second game, but I didn't even know there was a chat function, so I haven't even been looking at it. Who knows if my opponents have been mad at me. Okay, so we do have really early ability to play Bilgewater, so I think we are going to play Bilgewater. And I think what we want from this is that, and then we will put this on you and this on you. So since like we have the idea of going into the Scion one as well, but we don't have like a 2-star Scion, and this does give us 3 Bilgewater. So let's try and find our Bilgewater comp that we want to reference. We want to play fast 8-9, and we're going to get early 5 bilge water and econ augments. Which, this augment that we picked is technically an econ augment. Unfortunately, our opponent got the really busted Zehen augment. Honestly, I'll grab this for now. Because we are trying to do some amount of bruiser shenanigans, because we are going to be playing 2 bruisers as our final thing. We're going to be playing Tom, and we're going to be playing Wukong, but holding Scions until then isn't a bad idea. We want to start picking up swords. We've already kind of wasted our Hodge here. Jeez. This Blitzcrank popped off. Okay, so this sword on this Mundo is something we'd like. That Nautilus would have also been great, since we want to try and get to 5 as fast as possible. I think as we also do need a lot of these, so I'll take one of these. Grab this Jin. Ooh, this Lulu's nice. Too bad we don't need a Lulu. A TF would be great if we could get a TF. There we go, Gunslinger. Just even getting the Gunslinger made it so that our Graves did more damage, which is great. So Graves is our current carry. There's Graves 2. There's a TF. Okay, so we want to get that TF. Want to get to 6 on 3-2. Okay, so this person's also doing kind of like a pseudo bilge water, but they're using their TF as a way to make their Darius better with Quick Striker. Okay, so we are at least minimum getting TF next round, which is going to be nice. Ooh, love that. That's one of the items we really want. Okay, we'll hold on to the Aphelios in case we can get an Aphelios to drop in. We're trying to hit 6 next level, and if we can hit 6 and find a Nautilus and buy our TF, that's the perfect way to do this. Okay, so this person just has the better... This person's also playing our exact same comp, and they just have a better version of our comp, so we might need to pivot off of this. Okay, so I think we actually want to do something with these Aphelioses. I think that's going to be our pivot. It's like we can't get the Bard version of it, but if we're going to get this outclassed in Bilgewater, I think the answer is we get out of Bilgewater and we swap into Aphelios plus Bruisers. The annoying thing is that we didn't unlock Bard, so we're not going to be able to have the best version of this comp. But it's just like, let's pivot to something that does Aphelios things. We probably want a sword of some kind. This actually wants Vise, Nico's, Aphelios's, and Loris. Okay. Let's play this for now. Let's get rid of you. Put that there. We want to get that on you for now. let's cut both of these for you. Let's do blast shield. There's another Aphelios. There's that. Nico. Once again, just everyone that was playing Bilgewater is a better Bilgewater than us, so it's a great thing that we have gotten out of Bilgewater. Honestly, we would really like a Reforger because we have a whole bunch of items that we don't want. Since we were building items for one comp and now we are in a completely different comp. That is an item that we do want though. We want a Bramble Vest. We also want this and we want this. There's the Nico. Cut the Scion, put in the Nico. This is actually huge. We get more Vi's, more Nikos. It's kind of everything we want. Okay, so the pivot is starting to pay off. The pivot is starting to pay off, chat. We still would love a Nautilus or a Swain. Ooh, we have a lot of forecasts we'd want to buy. I don't hate this reinforcement. There's Nautilus. Get rid of Mundo. Put in the Nautilus. Let's find Nico's, Loris's. Okay. We're just trying to 3-star these Nikos, Vi's, and Aphelioses at this point. The Zoe is a placeholder for a Bard. We would have preferred to have a Bard in this comp, but we pivoted this comp after we could have unlocked Bard, and so we just wanted something that could do good damage and was a ranged spellcaster, and Zoe fits that bill. This person has like the full build Yone comp already though, which is scary. So these Wukongs would be nice, but we don't need a Wukong anymore. We're looking for like a Swain. We can't get our Nidalee yet because we don't have enough Nikos to get a Nidalee, but if we had enough Nikos, we would get our Nidalee. So this person is playing our exact same comp, but better, because they have their Bard. So we pivoted out of our comp into another contested comp. This might be a really bad game, chat. Gets us our IE. What we need. Okay, yeah, I think we're just gonna have a real fast 8th, and we're gonna try this again. It's like we picked, I thought, what was our correct thing, and then immediately got outdone in every lane, and then when we pivoted into a lane that was already occupied. So we definitely just misread this entirely. Okay, we might actually win this one. We didn't go 8th. Someone else went 8th, so we're at the worst 7th. Unfortunately, none of these are things that we want. Okay, so let's put together... This Yone Yasuo guy has hit absolutely everything he wants, and I think we still might win this. No. We got way closer than I thought we would. Realistically, way closer than I thought. Okay, well, 7th is not great, but it was a warm-up. It was a warm-up, chat. It was a warm-up game. We didn't do great scouting. We picked a contested lane into a second contested lane. We're worse than both of our people we were contesting. Let's just not do that this time. Okay, here's the redemption, chat. This is the one. We're gonna read it better this time. Shake off the first game. Get into a new game. Okay, Timo. +1 reroll. Okay, so we hopefully can get good augments this time. Rumble start again. If we can get busted Yordles, I don't hate trying to play the Annie Silas comp. Go fast 9. Did get a Rek'Sai though, so that makes me think Void. Okay, interesting. We don't really have anything here. Now that's pretty good, though. Live in competition I don't hate. If we can get... We're gonna play Bruisers into Noxus, is the comp that we have currently. Mysterious crystal. Okay, so now we're gonna hit 4. We're gonna put in our bruiser here again. Put in our Shen. It's like lifting competition is actually kind of worth doing. Okay, so we've definitely found our lane. Let's see if there's anyone else that's in our lane. Going into this carousel. It doesn't look like it. Looks like we were the only person playing Noxus of any kind. So, honestly, I don't hate picking up this Scion. I don't hate getting this tier since we need a lot of tiers. The belt also would have been good, but we need more tiers than we need anything else. Since we need tiers for 5 different items. Slayer 2, put in this guy, try and keep winning on 5. This is pretty good with Zon. Zon Piltover start is pretty great. Adaptive Helm is one of the things that we want. And we can build that, but we'd rather, I think, build any of our tank items. Because if we can start building our lifting competition up, that'll be good. The biggest thing for that is if we can just get Shen 2 already. Shen 2 would be a huge pickup. I'd also love to find a Draven very soon, because if we could go Draven, that would be great.
Return the crown, butcher, or I will carve it from your face.
Okay, this person's just playing all the Demacia units they can find, which is apparently not very many. But there are multiple Demacia players in this lobby, so I'm not surprised. This person's doing Sona reroll though, and they already have like the perfect Sona. They've got 2 Archangels. They're 1 thing away from their BF sword. Their Archangels are better. Well, there's a Shen too. Okay, so we need to go 6 on 3-2. We are going to, I think, yeah, we are going to hit our lifting competition though, so we are going to get our reward. Which is great. We like that reward. Our Scion just never dies, is the great thing now. We've now made an unkillable Scion. We want team building, rolling for days, or second wind. Rolling for days. There we go. We got the one we wanted. We get another belt. Put that belt there. Grab this Shen. Another Scion. Honestly, a Mundo I don't hate. Let's put that in. That's okay. Okay, so someone else has now pivoted into Noxus, and are stronger than us. They've also already unlocked their Darius, which is really bad, since we haven't even seen a single Draven, and they have a 2-star Draven. But we did just get some really good stuff off of this roll down, so we're gonna just stick with that. This Shen can come out for you. This can come out for you. Because we aren't going to hit 5, I'd rather bring you on off the bench. We still want to get Noxus 5, which is why we're holding on to this. Noxus 5 is better than Bruiser 4, but Bruiser 4, we've now already hit our lifting competition, so we just get lifting competition stage 2 as a reward after this, which builds us into a whole bunch of really good items. This should also, I think, unlock Kobuko? Yeah, we unlock Kobuko. So we can replace, like, one of these worse ones with Kobuko. Koboko is great. Instantly putting Koboko here. We can drop both of these for you and this Raven. We really need to unlock Mysterious. There we go. Got that one. And we unlocked Darius immediately. Perfect. Means we can cut this Draven to lose Darius. Swain, Darius, Scion, Briar, Koboko, Yumi, LeBlanc, Mbessa, and Mel. They still haven't restarted their Sona, which is great for us, because this is the Sona reroll comp that's going to just pop off here the second they can restart their Sona. We don't have anyone to put in, so we'll just put in another Scion. We can roll when we get to... The thing is, like, we really want to get up all the way to 4-2, or level 8 on 4-2 as fast as possible. Okay. That emo. Take the Sunfire Cape. Gnasher's Tooth. We don't have any need for an item, so hold on to that until we can get a rod, because we do want a rod. Till then, you can hold out here, Leonai. Here's why they haven't finished their stuff, is because it also has a 2-star Sona. This person's just playing Vertical Demacia. There we go. Okay, we have stabilized for now. We really want an Econ. Something that gives us a whole bunch of gold. That gives us gold. We like that. So, we want to put item on this Ambessa. Just because we need to unlock Mel now is our last bit. So Ambessa with an item dies in combat. We need our Ambessa to die. Our Ambessa is currently not dying because we are just winning. Which, I mean, you know, struggling for success. Yeah, we'd like our Ambessa to die in this combat. Can we find that other... Okay, so this is the other Noxus player. They... haven't got... Oh, they do have their Mel already. Okay, they have their Mel. So they're still ahead of us in being full build. There goes our Ambessa, so we unlock our Mel now. There we go.
This could be part of a larger strategy.
They have 0 econ though, so we are going to unlock our Mel here and have better econ, which is good. We really like that. Okay, so we really want to get this rod. Grab this. It builds into it builds into 2 different items we want. One of which we already have the stuff for. There's our Mel. There's our Mel. There's that. There's this. There's that. Okay, we've now hit Noxus 7. We'll grab this in case we want to go 9 and hit Noxus 8. Or if we can get random Noxian emblems at some point to get to Noxus 10, but...
Return the crown, butcher, or I will carve it from your face.
At this point, I'd rather just start putting in more bruisers again on level 9 and level 10. The Yone comp, still very good. They have full build Yone, and they have their set now, so that's going to be hard to beat. Rod would be huge. Rod gets us our next item on our Mel. We have done really well to hang on to enough health to not die really quickly. Okay, can our Swain and our Scion kill this Lux? I think our Scion heals more per second than their Lux deals damage. Okay, the main thing we're looking for is just like more bruisers. If we can get more bruisers, we can start trying to get our lifting competition again.
They flee Noxus on the roads we built.
Oh, there's a volley bear. We love volley bear. Honestly, love to see it. Sell those. Pick this up. Put it there. Put this on you. Hold on to this. Put in a volley bear. Now we're just trying to get to level 10 to put in another bruiser. Yeah, we just absolutely rolled and smoked. There we go. We hit Fast 9 faster than everyone else, and we just dethroned the other Noxus player. I still don't know how well we face off against the, like, absolutely full build Yone player, but...
That's how bears talk.
Okay, so we want another mana item. If we could get the Adaptive Helm, that would be great. If we could get blue buff, that would also be fine. Okay, this is a really crazy Zon gunslinger. Unfortunate loss there. That really could have gone either way. Truly. Yeah, that could have gone either way. We literally, like, were just one unit living. Like a second longer away from that just popping off. Literally just a smid. Really all we need is we need the other Noxus player to beat this person. Which it looks like they're going to. Because if the Noxus player can win this fight, top 4 is locked. So, like, we just lost, and we lost really bad, but we knew we were going to lose that one. It was against the Yone player. But we locked top 4. Which means that we are already on the path to redemption. I think this. It's endurance. It's exactly what we said we wanted. We're almost halfway to our random radiant item. But now we're top 4, so like now we're just playing for. I don't think we can beat the Yone player ever. I think it's really actually kind of even between us and this other Noxus player. Looks like they just absolutely mollywopped us that time, though. But we are definitely better than this guy.
Witness the strength of Noxus. Tremble at my roar. Tremble at my roar. Killing start.
I'm no longer bound by her standards.
Or maybe not. We did somehow worse that time than we did the other time, and we've gotten even we have gotten even better units. Now we have like the best units that we can ask for. We've got all of our 5 costs 2-starred. We just need to get some good items out of this.
You've changed. Perhaps now.
No, we don't want any of these, honestly. All of these are bad.
Brace yourself.
Can we beat the Ionia guy this time? Our Volibear has a little bit more health. And more regen. Nope. Okay, so we might get a 4th. Like, we might go literally... No, yeah, we might go literally 4th, but still a top 4. Yeah, there's a 4th for us. But we'll take it. Still positive. Much better at identifying our lane that time. Okay, so just regular Noxus still seems pretty good. Even if we were contested, since we were contested in Noxus the entire time, to the point that, like, the other Noxus comp was better than us, and they had all of their big hits first. And we still finished top 4. But those Ionia comps seem really real, especially if you can get the early Yasuo to go Yasuo into Yone. That, like, that's gonna probably be one of the things that I want to do most, is if we can get a Yasuo into a Yone. Okay, so, looking at what we've been doing, we tried to compete in the Melfast 9. We might have wanted to actually go the LeBlanc Darius reroll route. We haven't been able to do the Yordles into any Silas yet. There are literally 2 different Ionia comps that they recommend trying to play a lot right now, and that's the Yone comp, which we just played against, which seemed unbeatable, and then Ari reroll, which is also probably good. And this is going to give us all gold gold augments. Well, here's a Kiana. The only thing we'd ever want a Kiana for is if we can get an early artifact and go Slayers. Okay, so the fact that we got early Void, I don't hate. I don't know that Void is playable right now, but we do have it. So this gives us Void, this gives us a chance to go into the Yordles, this gives us a chance to go into Ionia. There's Ionia. If we could find Yasuo's, that would be great. What is our Ionia path? Path of Blades. So, just extra damage.
Massia clears the path.
So I think we're going to try and go one of these Ionias, and if we can start getting Yasuo's early, that would be great. How many other people are trying to force some random Ionia stuff, though, if we look at it? This person's Yordle's Void. All Targon. Okay, so this Void is definitely not worth it. Oh, well, the Vi died. Didn't matter. I was gonna say, the Vi was about to absolutely pop off there and start doing damage, and then it died. So, well, not the Vi, the Jinx. Just pick the comp that wins all the time is the current plan, Samjam X. It's just, I don't know enough to know what that comp is, or if I'm good enough to know how to play it. So we're not going to get the Yasuo Yone, so I think what we are going to do is we're just going to try and play this Ahri reroll comp. Is going to be our play. So let's do that. So that means we want to go to 5 on 2, 5, 6 on 3, 5 on 2, 7, 6 on 3, 2, 7 on 3, 5. We are win streaking. It still wants us to get a Yone at some point. We want belts. The fact that we have a belt on an Ahri here is massive. If that can come all the way around. Unfortunate. Then the next best thing for us at this point is this glove. We already have one glove, but more gloves is not bad. We need a total of 3. Trying to go to 5 on 2, 7. So this is the Callista comp. They're still very good. That's what we played most of last week, and it was really good. We just like haven't seen a single Viego since then. Today. I think actually I want to buy this Nautilus for when we hit level 5. You can throw that in. Long shot void. Okay, so we are mixing our win streak, but we aren't losing by a lot when we lose, which is good. Good. So 3-2 we want to go to 6, 3-5 we want to go to 7. So 3-2 econ or reroll augment would be great. We know everything's going to be gold augment this game. Also, finding a Yasuo would be great. We'd love that. It'd be fantastic. Trying to remember what builds into some of these items. It's like, we want to get Gnasher's Teeth pretty badly. I can't remember what builds into Gnasher's Teeth. Oh, it's bow, belt. I think Portable Forge is good, but it's not what we want. I'll take Feed the Flames. It gives us one of the things we want. Love to find Yasuo's, Ari's, Wukong's. Okay, so we are still losing, but once again, we're still losing well. We're not losing by a ton. There we go. That's a big pickup. Get you in. That's one of the things we actually want for our comp. Everyone is playing Kog'Maw, is what I'm noticing in this lobby. Okay, we won that one. There we go. Okay, so going into this, we are pick 2 We'd love to start seeing any of these belts. We need so many belts. I'd also take another glove. So there's only one belt and one glove. Those are our highest prio. We get to go second, so hopefully one of them is left. There we go. So that gets us to essentially full build tank items on our cannon, which we love. We do want to get Yasuo at some point, is the other reality that we live in. These here. We want to be level 7 if we can have 40 gold. We won't have 40 gold, so we then have to hit 7 on 4-1. Okay, so we're gonna win this one too. There we go. So the cannon with all of its tank items is already really, really good. We love that. Do like picking up this Nico. The thing is, I would also really need a lot of bows at a certain point. Would be great. We have all of the rods we ever need. Kind of. Okay, so once again, just kind of middling our way through all of these, but okay, so we are going to get to level 7 on 4-1. 7's where we want to be because that's where we're going to get all of our 3 costs. So we're going to get our Aries and our cannons, and that's our main goal. We also want to pick up our Yasuos and hopefully unlock our Yone during that time. The fact that we haven't seen a single Yasuo though, but also I don't think anyone has seen any Yasuos. Okay, that's good. That's one of the things we wanted. And there's more things that we wanted to see. Perfect. So there's our Ari. Love it. So here is Jewel Gauntlet. Here is our first Nashor's Tooth. So there's another Ari. And a Yasuo, which is huge. We want that Yasuo really bad. We can cut our Jinzhou for the Yasuo and start putting items on the Yasuo. Since we want to unlock Yone, there's 3 items on a 2-star Yasuo. Which all 3 of these are going to be able to do one of the things we want to put on our Yasuo. Crown's Will, I guess. We want this. We want to put him in instead of that. Cut that. We'll do this. 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 You can hold that. You can hold that. And then
Balancing all things.
this is a really early Senna and Lucian on this Zon comp that is just gonna wreck everybody. That is not good. We need to start hitting some power spikes. We'd also love to hit our own Wukong. We could put a Wukong in instead of this. Oh, asking you shall receive. Might be worth spending to try and hit Yasuo 2 if we lose this one. Although it looks like we just won this one, which is nice. Because, like, Yasuo 2 to unlock Yone is kind of the best thing that we can get right now. We'd like this belt. Can't get the belt. Then we will take this. That gets us our full build on Kennen. Realistically, we're going to use these gloves to be the way that we get our Yasuo to unlock our Yone. There we go. Love that. Ionic Spark. 2-star Nico. Another Ari. Okay, we'd love to win this one too. Our Ari is actually doing pretty good damage at this point too, which is nice. Just barely lost that one. There's our Kennen that we're looking for. Here's another Wukong. Still nothing, eh? This Void comp is unreasonably good, and I do not think we can beat them. Which means we're going to need to have to roll to get some things going here. Yeah. Now it's time to start rolling. There's a Yasuo.
You tried to stop my plan.
Ari. Nico. There's the second Yasuo. That's going to get us our Yone. We have spent all of our money, but we have gotten to a point where we are pretty strong. This unlocks our set. And then we got to finish getting all of our Aris, since Ari is our actual carry. There we go, we won! We unlocked our set. We can buy our set. Put our set in. That on you. There's another Ari. We need one more Ari. Okay, I have heard from Ben that he's probably not going to be available today. This Callista comp is hard, though. We need to try and get something together. Hopefully our set coming back can turn this around in our favor. Oh. We are alive at 2. We're alive at 2. I repeat, we are alive at 2. Can we get... None of these are items that we want. We could maybe do... this on our Ari? Yeah. Generally, we want 2 Gnasher's Tooths, but honestly... I don't know that we're going to get one, and so it's just going to be better for us if we have this blue buff, since it at least goes onto our unit.
That's the only reason I stopped you.
And then we didn't find our last Ari. That is an unfortunate circumstance for sure. Okay, we cannot lose again ever is the issue, and we did hit full itemization on our Ari. We didn't hit full numbers of our Ari, which is what we actually want. And then we immediately lost. Cool. So we have gotten 2 7ths and a 4th today. Things are not going well over here at the Jank Drawer. Now we are on our win and out. If we lose one more time, we are out of Platinum 4, so we have to win. Okay, so the thing is like the thing that we know works pretty well is Callista Shadow Isles, if we can get that. We haven't seen any Viegos yet today. So it's just one of those of like looking through that. Mainly we've strayed from the ways of like playing the comps we know. Of like that was the first time we've ever tried to play an Ionia comp. The only time that we got any success today is when we played a comp that we knew how to play, which was the Noxus comp. So honestly, I think what we do is we try to play one of the like 7 comps we know how to play. We play our Noxus, we play our Sona reroll, we play Demacia, Shadow Isles, Callista, we play Void if we get Void. Like that was a game that we could have played Void. There was just multiple people playing Void. Or we play this Bard Scion, like Aphelios reroll every everything going on. Is the plan. I think we're gonna do something like that, just because like we are definitely not doing well. This is the other unfortunate thing of like we've gotten so good that now our queue times are big. It's just like we're gonna be queuing for 2 to 3 minutes every single time between streams, in between games. Okay, we finally found our match, chat. So, I think we have gotten better at doing this, finding our lane and doing that. It's just that our lanes haven't necessarily been good. Okay, let's see what Tom Kench has to say. Tom Kench, what are you going to do? Gold each stage. So we just have basically a built-in econ augment. So we have a lot of gold and we can spend it. I don't hate that. So we could maybe do the Ash reroll. The Freljord comp. That's one of the openers that we were supposed to look up for. If we get an artifact, is the Tryndamere Ash reroll. We did just get a Viego, and our Viego unlock is just Viego with an item equipped. So just force the Shadow Isles. This is one of the accounts we know how to play. And looking at everyone else, I don't think anyone else has any Shadow Isles. This person has a Viego. They haven't put an item on him. This person has a Viego with an item and a Yorick. So we are contested in this. We aren't the only person going Shadow Isles Viego. Here's a Scion, though. I think this is what we're gonna do. I think this is it. We're gonna just try and rush to be the better Shadow Isles player. Carried entirely off the fact that we have a Rage Blade on a two-star unit. Love to see an Ash. We will accept finding a Jinzhou. You have 2 Warden, 2 Shadow Isles. This is our other person that's doing Shadow Isles. They do have the Ash that we wish we had. Just can their Ash out damage? Nope. This Anivia is going crazy for us. 2-star with the Gunsu's Rage Blade is actually really nice. Diego 2. Okay, so we should, after this, unlock Gwen, especially if we level here. I don't hate doing. We are aggressively spending gold to try and maintain a win streak and get to the point where we can just try and race the other people that are in our comp and the other people in our lobby to be ahead of the curve on all of these things we're trying to do. We would like to get a belt, please. If we can't get a belt, we want a bow. And we don't have a bow. Belt is still around, so we want this belt to stick around the entire time. That is our dream scenario. There we go. Cool, we got the belt. Because we want to put a whole bunch of things onto our Callista, and 2 of those items require belts. There we go. We can sell you, we can sell you, we can put this in.
Whatever it takes.
Okay, so this is Ionia. There we go, there we go. Okay, so now we are just trying to hit 6 on 3-1 is our next goal.
Diego, you never deserved love, especially not hers.
My love! My love!
If we can get the augment that's just 1 billion belts, we will absolutely take that, since we need 6 total belts to get to our end goal here. And we currently don't have anywhere near that many. This Gunsuit Rageblade is really good at carrying us through this as well too, but it's also not something we need for our end builds of our comp, which is a little bit of a problem, but it was just like, it's one of those, we wanted to win streak so bad, this is a slammable item that win streaks us now, and it's never a bad item. There we go. We have all of the required souls for Callista, we just need to hit level 7. So now we're just going to try and level to 7 as fast as possible, pick up wardens and put them in along the way.
She pitied you. I never did.
If we get another Gwen, we will take all of our items off of here and put them on our Gwen. Okay, so none of those are items that we really want. The most likely use of them is we could build a Titan's Resolve. We want this bow eventually. Now if we could pick up 2 gloves, that would be great. That's most of the way towards full build for our... Okay, so we want to go to 6. We'll put in that for now. Since, like, we don't want Asterix... Well, we do want Asterix, but we don't need Asterix now. We'd rather build that into any of our tank items. We don't need a Sunfire. We don't need... But we do actually want a Nashor's too. Okay, and so then 3-5 is where we want to go 7. And that's when we're going to get our Callista. Honestly, how bad is Callista with These items. Pandora's items I don't hate. We definitely want to keep that though. Callista. Honestly, this is a good Callista item. And then this builds into her last item, which is Striker's Flail. We'd like to see a Warden, if we could. But this is the other person that's playing Shadow Isles. They have officially now outdone us, just because they have full build items on their Diego. They also have their next Warden, which is crazy, that they're just not even playing that. Like, of people to lose our win streak to, that was kind of actually the worst person to lose our win streak to. Try this. Yeah, we are now losing again. Hopefully we have enough econ though to be able to hit 7 on 3-5 still. We really want this glove on this Swain. That is our best item. Okay, so didn't get that. Grab this, I guess. Not something that we need, but we have Pandora's items, so all of our items can become whatever.
The Isles remember.
So we can't get there. So we need. Oh, we can. We can get exactly there. Okay, so this person's got most of their way towards this Yasuo. They just need to hit Yasuo 2, just one more Yasuo, and they get Arione, and then they get out of hand. It's Shisa. There's our Callista, though. We love that. Cool. So, this gets us pretty well on. Once again, we'd love to be getting more Wardens. We'd love to get like a Nautilus or a Loris. But we did just get our Callista, which is a really big power spike. They have an even better power spike, though. Unfortunate. Well, how close are we to... We are at our Thresh, so we should just kind of power level to 8 to put our Thresh in. Okay, so 4-1, we want to be hitting 8 as soon as possible. So we can hit 8 on 4-2 at this point pretty easily. And that'll get us our Thresh. Okay, things are not going great. Belt overflow we actually really like, though. We needed a lot of belts. I'll take belt overflow. 1,000,000 belts. We get Warmog's armor. We get Sterix gauge. We already have the Nashor's Tooth. We don't need another Warmog's. This is once again the other Shadow Isles person. They have gone all in on their Viego though, as opposed to trying to progress. They don't have their Callista. But they do have Viego 3-star and it is killing everybody, so they might be doing it correct and we may be doing it wrong. We would love to... So there's our Thresh, which is already a huge first pickup. We don't want you. Put our Thresh in. Okay, so we are gonna get a whole bunch of wardens in there now, which is gonna be good. We're gonna get to Warden 5. We're gonna not be on Targon anymore. We would love this. If we can get one of these to turn into a glove as well, we can go full build Callista. Oh, perfect. So here's this for you, here's this for you. Get this, sell you, put this in, sell you, put this in. Put these on you for now. Put these all on you. Sell this.
Let's settle the score.
Here's this.
The dragon nears.
I'll fight if you make me, or we can sing instead. I'll fight if you make me, or we can sing instead.
This is maybe it. There we go. We have turned a corner, chat. We have turned a corner. When we can finally get these items off of him and put them onto the Shyvana will also be really good. Hopefully this gives us an item remover so we can move these and put them on here. And we'd honestly really would love Ornn or Fiddlesticks. There we go. This gets to a full build. This we don't need. This we do need. We can put this here. Put this here. We can put this here. We can put this here. We can put this here. Let's forge all those. This here. Keep that there. That on him. Sell both of those. We're already now almost all the way back up to having the correct amount of gold as well. Nice! There we go. Okay, we have figured out how to come back into this, chat. Now we're just going to try to get to 9, because the way that we win this game is we get to all of our late stage, like, 5 costs, and we just need to prioritize how much 5 cost we can get. And honestly, I think we are pretty locked for a top 4. There's multiple Zon players in this game, which does make it easier because neither of them have hit full build. This Void player, though, has got a great setup going. We just need... There are 2 Void players. We need one or both of them to lose.
The dragon nears.
There we go. Okay, that sealed up 4th and eliminated the person in 5th. So we get to top 4. We're really yo-yoing, but we got there. Ooh, and we would love to pick up this Ornn, please. We are first pick, so we get it no matter what. There we go. We need that Ornn for our comp. A Nautilus would be great as well. I know we've had multiple Nautilus and we've sold all of them, but I do need one again.
I'll fight if you make me, but we can sing instead.
Okay, so can we beat this Zon player? Oh! We have gotten strong, chat, and not a moment too soon. Okay, can we find... There's our Nautilus. Okay, we can put in this Nautilus here instead of that. And we'll pick up this Braum. Are these good items for you? No, but every item makes our Ornn better.
I need your essence, great.
He just gets 350 max health per item, which is really all that matters for this right now. This is the other Shadow Isles player that went all in on their Viego. We have now finally turned the tables on them again, and we are able to beat them.
I'll fight if you make me, but we can sing instead.
Seraphine's nice. We like that. Another Seraphine would go really well here. We get Seraphine 2, Braum 2, Shyvana 2. We'll pick up this Nautilus. We like this Morelos. There's Braum 2. There's Seraphine 2. There's another Ornn. Okay, so the other Shadow Isles player hit Yorick 3. This is the really good... Honestly, they have gotten to 10 to get Ziggs. Or 9 to get Ziggs. And I think that's going to be it for us. I don't think that Callista can get us there. Hey, we still top 4'd, and that's all that matters, chat. Callista did 10,000 damage. We hit top 4. We're staying. We have one more loss to stay in Platinum 4. We're off of the elimination threshold. That's honestly mad. So that was a good one of just like, I think there was multiple things we could have done there. We could have, when we got that early Scion, we could have gone the Scion Bruisers Aphelios route. But the fact that we, even if we were contested, I think we hit all of our Shadow Isles and we win streaked early enough that was why we get there. And then we had just enough econ to be able to get to the point where we're like, hey, let's go spend all of our money as much as possible to get to the point that we can be able to, you know, play and get into the Final Four. Okay, so we have already gone back to the well. We have gone back to play things that we know how to play and that we know what we're doing and know how to run. And so that was very good. It's just like, it's one of those where it's like, I know we don't want to just like pick a comp and run with it. That's the whole point of why we've been doing this, is to learn how to actually play this game and to think constructively and to think multidimensionally to solve the problems as they are confronting us. All that said, I do think that we free up a whole bunch of RAM in our own brains when we don't have to think about, oh, these are the things we need in our comp. And then we can use that to start looking at other things and start looking at like, oh, here's what this opponent's doing. This is what they're going to do. This is what we need to do because of that. And so I think that even if we're playing a comp that we don't know how to play, if we can get at least into a lane where we're like, hey, we know this is our lane as early as possible, it frees that mental stress from us. And that's what I'm noticing, is like the mental load at all times on me in playing this game is the thing that I need to be the most aware of, is just like how to juggle the mental load and doing what we need to do to overcome all of the different issues as we need to overcome them. Okay, Rise is going to give us a whole bunch of emblems. Emblems are good because they'll also help give us a direction of like if we can get some pretty good emblems. So we got Noxus, Bilgewater, Warden. Honestly, if we can get some Noxus stuff going, this gets us, if we can get a second Noxus emblem ever, we can get to Noxus 10. Here's Double Void.
The bigger they are, the harder I hit
Hit 'em.
Just looking
I don't think we want either of these void guys.
for. I just have to explore.
We did get this Yasuo. If we can get some more Yasuos, we can go the Yasuo route. We have yet to see a single Noxus unit. And this is probably why. I don't hate spreading roots. Honestly, I'll just take this advanced load. We have nothing really. Ooh. This is compelling though.
And you're here.
We need another item on our Scion. I misplaced that one. This Yordle base is also pretty good because we could pivot this into I don't know that we're going to pivot anymore. We're just going to play this, and this. Get Bilgewater Noxus craziness going. And 30 income, 30 gold on 2-2. I think Noxus / Bilgewater, and we're just gonna try and fast 9. Unlocked LeBlanc and Graves. Bilgewater Emblem we actually probably want to put on the LeBlanc. Okay, so are we playing a real comp? No. Are we playing an interesting comp? Yes. Picking up this Draven would be huge. I'll take that Draven. I'm also fine with, I think, this TF. But the Draven is the real pickup. If we can get the Draven, we can find a thing to do with the Draven. There we go. Because I can just to Noxus 5 actually, real quickly. Because I do think our end result is like, if we can get another... If we can find a spatula ever, we can get to Noxus 10 in this game. I think we'll hold this just because getting to Warden 3 would kind of rock. And like we could get that off of the Jinzhou too, but I think the Jinzhou is overall less good than the Lotus. We're gonna win this. Let's go. There we go. Okay. We also unlock our Darius. That's great. Getting to Bilgewater 5 is also pretty good. I think Noxus 5 is better for us, but if we can get to Noxus 5, Bilgewater 5, that'll be pretty good. This is Defender. This person's doing something very similar to what we are doing, in a mixture of Noxus and Bilgewater, but also Defender. Three 2 is when we want to hit 6. Okay. Six on 3-2 is our goal. We should be able to hit that really easily. And we'll put in this Darius. Maybe we need that anymore. Hit Noxus 5. Buy this TF, I guess. This, we have all of our Bilgewater if we need to have our Bilgewater. We're still gonna be slipping in this first. Go. Okay, we're gonna win this one, I think, pretty easily. Honestly, we want to get some more direction or just some crazy econ out of this augment. The thing is, because of our advanced loan, we know our augment is going to be one lower than everyone else's. Honestly, just go all in on even more random emblems. We got an Invoker emblem. Let's put in the Darius. We're now at Noxus 5. We're gonna try and get to 7 on 3-5 is our next goal. So we have infinite things to put in.
Paint the dogs in their blood.
Okay. Pretty close, but not quite there. Maybe what we do is we cut you, put that in, and then we can cut
Return the crown, butcher, or I will
something
carve
for
it from
this. You get the Slayer 2 and play this 2-star. We want to pick up the Draven again. Put another item onto our carry. And I think what we will do is we will cut let's cut this. Put Ward in there. Put Spear of Shojin here. Put Invoker here. We can put Draven back in. Actually, let's put Alawi back in. Gets us to Bilgewater 4. It gets us to Noxus 5, Warden 2, Bruiser 2. Okay, so we've hit 7 on 3-5. We're trying to hit 8 on 4-2. Honestly, really at this point, we're just trying to get to Rise is our real... I think... Yeah, Maybe not, but... we'll buy this. I don't know when we want to be getting these bilge water things, because I've literally like never played bilge water, and I know there's probably some amount of theory that goes into like when you should be doing different things with bilge water. Getting to 7 bilge water is something they say I should be prioritizing.
Not Draven. Down by my hand.
So 4-1 is when we want it to go. 4-2 is when we want to go 8. Okay, so I'm fine with that. And this. TF is probably the next one we want to. There we go. So, the greatest thing we could get, like bar none, is if we could find a spatula on this carousel. Spatula immediately makes it so that we know exactly what we're trying to do with our comp. We put in Fizz instead. Lucky Doubloon, okay.
Not Draven. Draven.
Got it, got it, got it. We have done there. So the whole game plan I'm thinking of right now is essentially we're trying to build towards being able to potentially play Bilgewater 10. Not Bilgewater 10, Noxus 10. I think we want this to be able to build Thorn Vest, Bramble Vest.
You are in motion.
Fishy, fishy, fishy. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so this is just Freljord Bilgewater. So this is very much incentivizing don't go Bilgewater as our final thing, which I 100% on board for. In fact, I think we're going to pivot out of 5 Bilgewater right now into
Show me all that you have learned.
into 7 Noxus. How do we get to 7 Noxus? The leveling pyramid, which we can do that. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to pivot out of
Fast now. Mind your step.
this. We're going to pivot into 7 Noxus. So we're going to use this, we're going to put that in, get to 7 Noxus. We are going to put all of these on you. We put this on you. We will make an Even Shroud. Reforger all of those. Spirit Visage. Disruptor Emblem. Quick Striker Emblem. Okay, so there's 8 Noxus. So once again, the highest priority thing that we can ever get is another is a spatula of any kind. If we get a spatula, we get to go to Noxus 10. If we get to Noxus 10, like, it's just a foregone conclusion that we win this game, I'm fairly certain. Luckily, we are now bottom, so we get highest priority in this next. We also hit top 4, so there we go. You know, positive momentum, and we might get to do something absolutely insane. Unfortunately, we don't get to do something absolutely insane because this all is just actual. Put this on our Mel. Yeah, so 4th is still what we get, but we didn't go bottom 4, so that's all that matters. And like, Noxus gets us there. That's the thing that we learned, is like, we just played a comp that we knew, we played Noxus, we played an interesting version of Noxus. We were trying to live the dream of playing 10 Noxus, and we were really close. Okay, let's try and get one more before the end of stream to talk through this, but it is very much of like, what we have learned today is like, hey, if we play things that we know how to play, we do generally better instead of trying to learn and pivot all of the things that we're doing all at once. But also, that was a really useful thing in that we got to do that. And because we did that, we don't have to worry about any of the... like, we learned a little bit more about how the Bilgewater works, and that we could play a Bilgewater comp, but also Bilgewater seems to be highly contested right now. Whereas it's completely uncontested usually going into Noxus is what we've been seeing. Yay, so we have one more game today, chat, and I'd really like to finish higher than we started. We started at Platinum 4, 24 LP. We have exclusively gone 7th or 4th today. That is it. I think we might have had 1/3. I'd like to do better than that, but I will take another 4th. If we end on a 3rd, 4th in a row, I will also be okay with that. But it's, see, this is the thing, is like we've gotten now to the point. Oh, okay, there we go. The second we click off of it is when we finally find our match. But it's like we've climbed high enough that now finding matches is difficult for us. Okay, what does Baron Nashor have for us in a game to end our games today? Last 2 surviving players get 70 gold for an epic final fight. Okay. Okay, so this is another choice of trying to go Noxus. I won't fight it if they want us to force Noxus again. We've been very successful on Noxus today. Although that's another indication of like, hey, go play something else. Go play Bilgewater. But then this is go play Shadow Isles, and maybe we don't do that because... Okay, so we immediately said let's go do Shadow Isles, but then there's someone else that has a better chance of going Shadow Isles, so we're not going to go Shadow Isles anymore.
I know it is you. Show yourself to me.
Yeah, they are a better Shadow Isles, so we should not fight them on Shadow Isles. Let's try and find something else that we can do. There is a Scion. We already have Briars. We just got an artifact. What does our thing say we should do when we get artifacts? We get an artifact, we should try to play Tryndamere Ash, or let's do Mogul's Mail. Put it on this Scion, put this Scion in. Sell that, put you in. Put you in. Honestly, Bruisers might be a better thing here than trying to go... we'll see what we find in the next 2. Because we could definitely go Noxus here, but we could also definitely go Bruisers. And either way, I think we're doing well. Noxus we know how to play, and we have been playing very well. We also have the Noxus already saved. That should unlock LeBlanc for us.
So different. You're like, and I'm like,
Okay, we're just gonna do Noxus. We're just gonna Noxus. Okay, so now we can level, and then we can put in another Bruiser, and then we've got Noxus 3, Bruiser 2. this up while we're at it. We're just playing the same thing we've already played. Turns out we are not the only person doing it. There's another person in it who's below us. Anyone else playing... Okay, so there's 2 people playing Noxus. So we can either try to go all in on Noxus vertical, or we play the Darius LeBlanc reroll comp. We have beat our opponent in the Noxus duel. Honestly, we would kind of like that Draven. Okay, we didn't get the Draven. Grab this then. Put another Slayer in. Try and keep winning. This is another person that's most of the way towards the Noxus comp. Okay, there we go. Eventually this mobile mail will actually start getting us things we want. Darius is also really high prio, but to get our Darius, we need to be able to get our Draven, and we've only seen the one Draven, and someone else picked it from the carousel.
Return the crown, butcher.
Okay, so our opponent here is now the better Noxus comp than us, so I think we are going to pivot from just base Noxus to the 3-cost reroll Noxus. So we're gonna go to
Take my items back.
we want LeBlanc Darius reroll. So we want to hit 6 on 3-2. Love that. We can get the Bramble Vest. We can get some of our items that we really want to have. Love to see it. We're trying to hit Level 6 next turn. What does frying pan turn into for us that we would like in this comp? Can we get an invoker emblem with this? We can. Okay, so we're going to try and turn this into an invoker emblem to put on our Mel eventually. Let me just grab this invoker so we have something to put in when we level next turn. Hey, we're finally generating gold off of our mail. Perfect, there we go. Okay. Our LeBlanc is doing well, which is great since it's one of our main carries. We don't want a high voltage. I'll take the gold, I think. And then we're trying to get to level 7 on 3-5, so let's just start working our way there. So there's also some weird things of like we need to build some items that we definitely don't have to put on our Darius. We want Titan's Adaptive Helm and Steric Stage, and currently we are 0% of the way to any of those. Nice, there we go. Okay. So we are going to hit level 7 on 3-5. We want something to put in when we hit level 7. We'll grab this Nautilus. It'll give us Juggernaut 2. Ideally, of course, we'd like to grab 2 more Noxus units, specifically our Darius, since we need to unlock this Darius sooner rather than later. We have lost to the other Noxus player. We really want this bow or this vest. Because the most important item for our comp is a Titans on Darius. This person that we just lost to, which version of the Noxus are they going? They are also going the same way they are not going the same way we are, so that's good. We really want to find this Draven as soon as possible, because then we can get to Noctis 5, and then once we get our Draven in, we can unlock our Darius. There we go. Okay, please find me a Draven. Please, please, please. There it is. Found our Draven. There's our Draven. Okay, so now we just need to get this Darius, which means let's put an item on this Draven. And then perfect. Okay, so we want to get another gold for free off of our Scion from this, and if we can get that, then we can buy this LeBlanc. Come on, deal damage to my Scion, please. There we go. We unlocked Darius. We don't actually want Draven anymore, I don't think. No, we do. So we will keep our Draven around. We'll drop you for Darius. Put Darius in. Drop you for Wukong. Put Wukong in. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Our Draven's already, our Darius is already dead, so we will need that in a second. Perfect. And then you need to go there. And then what do we also want on you? We want Negatron Cloak. So it's another person that's playing the Shadow Isles comp, but really going all in on Viego 3. Which has worked well in both of the lobbies we've done. We really don't see the point in doing that unless you have the Viego emblem. The Viego augment, I mean, that makes it so Viego's incredibly good. Lucky gloves, I guess. There's LeBlanc 2. We very realistically want Koboko and Yumi. How far away are we from unlocking? We just need to... okay, so we unlock Koboko and Yumi literally this round. Perfect. And then we can sell this Wukong and put in our Koboko and Yumi. There's Koboko and Yumi. That's going to give us a buff
so.
Watch out for us.
Not Draven. Draven.
Darius. Let's do Darius, Koboko Yumi, Scion. They have only a 2-star LeBlanc and a 1-star there. We would like to get this tier. Yeah, we want the tier for the adaptive helm. Tier's gone. Take the belt then. The belt will help finish our LeBlanc. I think we also eventually need a belt for Asterix Gauge. We'll hold on to this for now. Because, like, we want the Mbessa to unlock our Mel, but we don't actually need the Mbessa at all. The Mbessa can go in right when we need the Mbessa to unlock our Mel, and no sooner. LeBlanc. Another LeBlanc. This. Let's re-itemize you, because if we can get better items out of this. The Natural Tooth, if we could have another remover, which hopefully we get one from the Sentinels, makes it so we have full build LeBlanc.
Looks can be deceiving.
Love tier. There we go. Tear the Goddess. There's another LeBlanc. We are one LeBlanc away. Come on. We're gonna roll down. We're so close. Oh, we just missed one of them. There's a LeBlanc. There's a Darius.
You remind me of all those reckoners. No one remembers.
Okay, so we need 2 more Dariuses into level.
Noxus will rise. Witness the strength of Noxus.
We need to win this. We are still in platinum. You did not miss Ben. Ben unfortunately could not make it, but we have gone 6th, which is going to get us back down to the bottom of plat. We're going to have 2 LP. So we played a whole bunch of games today, and we managed to lose 22 LP. So not great, but we tried a lot of things. I think that would have gone a lot better if we had actually hit our things. We had all the best in slot items. We mismanaged our items, I think, pretty badly in that last one. We should have finished better than 6th, realistically. But that's the breaks. Thank you all for watching. I think that this has been a good stream nonetheless. I'm going to get going here. I've got some other things that I want to get done today, and in prep for tomorrow. So we're gonna get going. We at least were able to stay in platinum, and who knows? Maybe next week we'll be able to climb again. Next week will be another new patch, so we'll have to look forward to that. Tomorrow we are going to be playing some more Darkest Dungeon. We are getting really close to the end game on that one, and I'm really excited to bring that all to you. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other's. Once again, new video this week. Please watch it. Please share it. It means a lot. It's how we are able to try and diversify our income streams here at the stream. And until then, I've been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer, and I'll see you all next time. Stay classy.